And then we have at 4:50 on our consent agenda a resolution to formalize this. So I think right now we just want to share our thoughts. Who wants to kick it off?
I think at 4:50 we have actually a rec sports shooting discussion, but maybe we were going to handle that too.
I see a resolution on the consent agenda.
Oh, consent agenda. Okay. Okay. 4:40. Okay.
I'll be very brief. We heard two different candidates. They had different backgrounds. I think they both add a lot of capacity and diversity to the group that we have there, and I'm in support of both of them.
Yeah, I think there's some balance there with their different backgrounds. I think having someone that's been around here forever, at least forever from their terms, is a good one. It helps and has been involved in the community. And then someone else with what I would call tourism marketing, it creates some balance between the two. I don't have any. George?
Yeah, with regards to Cameron, I enjoyed the interview. I think there's some lenses that she will bring to tourism marketing that are very valuable and will be a good addition to that board. I note that the board is recommending her appointment, which I think is important. And, she has an MBA. She has a background in human resources management. And so I think she'd be a welcome addition to the board. So I support her appointment. Brandy Davis, I acknowledge, has clear experience in the field and skills to bring to the board. I note that she was sort of antagonistic and critical towards the board in her application and in her interview. I don't really have a problem with that. I think that just like this board, having voices with different perspectives and folks who don't always agree can be healthy and good and help a board and an organization perform at its best. All of that said, the thing that I was really struck by in the interview was that there is a conflict of interest here. Brandy does own a company that would offer services to the Tourism Bureau, has offered services to the Tourism Bureau. And in the interview, in response to questions about what skills she brings, we heard her talk about the services that her company offers as the way that she would bring value to the board. Should that organization choose to hire Frozen Fire, I think that would be fine. But I don't know that we want to put the owner of that company that's seeking those services on that board to be part of that decision. I noted that Brandy did not acknowledge that she has a conflict of interest, let alone discuss how she might manage that. And so to me, that means that I can't support her appointment, because I think on public boards, the first thing is to make sure that when we're handling public money, we're doing so without a conflict of interest or managing those conflicts of interest. And I don't think that either of those two conditions can be met with the appointment of Ms. Davis.
I see it a little bit differently. I mean, I think you raised a good point, George, but it's not a conflict of interest. It's a potential conflict of interest. And I would note that we probably hardly want anyone on that board who doesn't have a potential conflict of interest. That means they have a stake in what we're trying to do here in Clear Creek. They own a business. They have a stake in the outcome of the efficiency and the output of our tourism bureau. And that describes every single person who is an executive or an owner of one of the companies who's currently on the board. With that, and I think what we're potentially heading down the road of doing is creating a new standard that we've never discussed before. And I don't necessarily see her responses regarding the conflict of interest. I felt like she acknowledged it. And I feel like the solution to it is pretty darn easy, right? You recuse yourself when you're involved in a discussion where you have a conflict of interest. And I don't know if Peter, maybe you have some different view on that.
From a conflict of interest standpoint, I think if I'm understanding George correctly, what he's suggesting is that she may have a conflict of interest on every item essentially that comes before the board in a way because of the nature of her job, that it's very potential that her decisions will affect her company. And I think that, that's my understanding of where that's coming from. Yes, somebody can recuse themselves from the board every time they have a conflict, but what I'm sensing here is that, okay, so would she be recusing herself from every decision of the board?
But it sounds like you're assuming that the board's going to hire Frozen Fire, and that would require a board vote, not just Brandy's vote, but a majority to make that happen. And I think that that's something that cannot be assumed.
I don't know if it would or not. And I'm sorry, Randy, I'll be quick here. I don't know if it would or not take a motion of the board to hire a vendor. I know we let our staff hire vendors. And Peter, I think that is part of what I'm saying. And Sean, I want to acknowledge that, yes, I mean, everybody on that board, by definition of the statute, will have a conflict of interest, right? Because when that board performs well, their companies get more customers. However, none of those other people on the board are interested in selling services to the Tourism Bureau. And that's the distinction that I make. I think that if Brandy's interested in selling services to the Tourism Bureau, which it seems very clear that she is, her role is not to be on the board. And I'm sorry, Randy, for.
No, I got you. I hadn't thought about so much, and I think the distinction between Brandy and someone who owns a company that caters to tourists itself, whether it's a restaurant or a rafting company or whatever, it is a different distinction. And it's that tourism is about coming together to figure out the tourism board is about coming together to figure out how to market, how to advertise, all of those things in a more general sense, how to create an advertising program. In Brandy's case, her business is advertising itself. It is that marketing for all of those people. Which means her relationship with the other board members and the decisions that the board make are about how to advertise, how to best advertise. And I kind of do see the distinction as somewhat different. Her relationship, I see what George is getting at, her relationship on the board is a relationship with the policies about how we advertise in Clear Creek County with those funds, and a relationship with the people themselves who advertise and hire people to do advertising. It's a little different. It's almost infused, as Peter said, it's almost infused into every decision, was how he was interpreting George. And I hadn't thought about that. We're also, I would say also, and I don't know that it really enters into we could use this next part to talk about either one of the candidates, which is we are entering, and that's the reason we're talking in nuanced in different ways, but we've been talking the same language about how to rethink tourism and tourism marketing for Clear Creek County in order to surgically create the greatest profits for the least impact, both to the environment and community and all that kind of stuff. And that's a really big topic that where before, I mean, it's a nice problem to have, that you've got enough people visiting and potentially visiting enough. I liken those cars on the highway to salmon in the river. There's already enough salmon packed into the river that it's a different kind of surgical tool to get people to come to where it's the best. And, Brandy's, well, anyway, I don't know that affects one more than the other than that the object of more is better starts taking on a different tone when we're trying to figure out how to do that, how to create the most efficient, economically efficient tourism engine here, without just, doing it by scattershot quality, which is a big conversation we're having. But anyway, going back to the original subject, I do kind of think that's, I hadn't thought about that is infused into every decision that's made. It's all about advertising on the tourism board. It's all about marketing and how to market and when to market. And so you create policies of expenditure that then turn into a decision made later that you recuse yourself from. And I do see it as a problem now.
So yeah, for me and Randy, I appreciate that. Usually we talk about board members in terms of what's their orientation towards tourism. Are we happy with their do we feel like they're a philosophical match for where we think the community's at? Do we think they have the skill set? To me, like, none of those considerations are relevant to the decision around Miss Davis because the conflict of interest is disqualifying.
Yeah, I don't agree. I mean, the statute, Peter, does the statute specifically mention people with marketing related skills related to tourism?
Sorry. Yes, it actually does. It talks about one of the criteria being that persons should be experienced in advertising and marketing to encourage tourism. So that is part of the statute. It's also part of the bylaws as far as that goes.
And so I'm looking what I know about our community. The standard that we're talking about setting here would potentially disqualify anybody who matches that qualification, which I would argue is sorely underrepresented or completely unrepresented in our board right now, in our Tourism Bureau board. And the other thing I'll say, and I don't want to get into this too much, but you mentioned hostility, George. I did some research, and I think Miss Davis has reason to be somewhat hostile based on how she's been treated by people in our community, coming in and putting her and her husband's capital at risk to provide a service, and then having certain well-known people in our community actively undermining her efforts. And so I kind of put that one off to the side, honestly.
Yeah, I put that one off to the side too, Sean. I think that, like, when you're spending public dollars, accountability should be the name of the game anywhere, but people should be welcome to want to get onto any board because they think that board should be doing something differently. Like, that's healthy. And I'm not talking about a standard. I'm talking about a response to some statements that were made in an interview. And Sean, you asked her, the way the interview went in my memory is that you asked what services she brought. Not what services she brought, what skills she brought to the board. What she did was list services that her company offers. And I think you picked up on this because your next question was, and how do you manage conflicts of interest? And her response to that was, I don't think I have a conflict of interest here. And that to me means that this individual in this context, if you don't notice a conflict of interest, you can't manage a conflict of interest. And that's disqualifying.
Well, I think the question that we should have asked, that I should have asked, or George, you should have asked, is would you be interested in this role on the board if there was no chance of your company ever earning any business from our tourism bureau? And if she said no, then I agree with you. If she said yes, then I don't agree with you. But we don't know because no one ever asked her that question.
Yeah. So I understand we disagree on this one. And it's kind of it's a bright line for me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not inclined to support either candidate if we're talking about inventing what I consider new criteria. And I think we should try hard to really identify and address the gaps that are in our current tourism bureau. I mean, I've asked them very simple, pointed questions about fiduciary responsibilities and strategic plans, and I've never gotten any satisfactory answers. And that's our fault, right? That's our fault for not being more diligent about making sure that we had the diversity that's required in that board.
I think another piece of diversity that's good to have on the board. I mean, I don't know that a tourism board should be solely the owners of tourism businesses and people who want to market and state that they, as I recall, they're interested in rebranding in ways that they see Clear Creek County, who have been here for a couple of years. And so I think there's other kinds of diversity to have on the board. And I do think that the more I've thought about it, I think Cameron represents that. A certain value to the balance that we're talking about bringing to this while still trying to make sure that we market healthy opportunities to make business for the businesses that are here operating. I mean, for me, I'm going to go back to that basic premise that the business that Brandy brings is predominantly the very thing that, not only the very thing that that the tourism board hires out, but also the tone that they set and the strategy that they set for business at large throughout the county. And it is thinking back to those statements, which are true, that I heard said, and Sean, you're right, we didn't ask that other question, which was to lead her to answer how she would not have a conflict of interest. I do recall coming out of the interview feeling like it was the answers to the final questions sounded like a sales pitch for her business, honestly. The last half of the interview. And that kind of plays into that inherent conflict of interest of being able to help guide, form, resurrect, rejuvenate, revolutionize our thinking about how we brand and how we market into one's own image in an industry where one operates. And it does feel like a pretty ingrained conflict at this time. And by answering the questions in that way, what felt like a clear lack of understanding, and I had forgotten that was my feeling by the end of the interview.
And I'll just really quickly, because I know we're running low on time here. I don't think I'm inventing a new standard here. I think that the expectation that folks who are managing public dollars know how to identify and manage conflicts of interest. Like that's like one of the entry requirements into the system. I know it's something that the three of us work hard to do. I know, like, for example, when the possibility that we would pass public health orders to restrict short-term rentals was real, I shut down my short-term rental. I had to submit a letter to the Secretary of State saying that I will not operate my short-term rental until the emergency order is lifted by the governor. And I've not operated since. And that's like how, when you're managing public dollars and making decisions that impact people and this expenditure of those dollars, you have to act. And that I have no confidence that any of those things will take place if Brandy's on this board or Miss Davis is on this board. And that's no slight to her. I'm sure she's got skills. I'm sure she could bring a perspective to that board that would be helpful and healthy. But I'll just stop talking because that's just kind of where I am. I do support Cameron Marlin. I do not support Brandy Davis.
Yeah, so what I'll say about it is, I mean, the statute specifically talks about both marketing orientation, marketing backgrounds related to tourism, and business owners. So the statute is targeting someone exactly like Brandy Davis. And the fact that you didn't feel like you had satisfactory answers around the conflict of interest, I put at your feet, right? You should have asked more questions during that interview if you had concerns about it, rather than waiting until now. to bring up something after it was too late for the candidate to address it.
I had the information I need. I don't think the follow-up question that you propose is relevant, right? Like you asked, how would you manage the conflict of interest you had? She said, I don't have a conflict of interest. That's a sufficient number of questions for me to know whether she can recognize or manage a conflict of interest.
Right, and that could have been because she had no intention of ever marketing her services to the Tourism Bureau. We don't know because we never asked.
Well, I think it's fair to say that that if you come to a conclusion based on the questions that you asked and the answers that you heard, it's not that you failed to continue to ask questions until you changed your mind. I think it is possible to have enough information. Going back to something else George said, though, regarding the analogy between the VRBO, first of all, I think George did exactly the right thing in that situation, especially in an emergency where he really had to have a clear mind that there was no conflict of interest on any question that he had throughout this period. I do think, I'm not sure that same analogy applies exactly to this, because I kind of view George and a VRBO as a little bit like, and the Board of Health as a little bit like a rafting company being on the Tourism Bureau, and that they're one of the things that happens that you have to deal with. And that logic would imply that we couldn't even have anybody from any of the businesses or anything anywhere on there. So we couldn't have the businesses or marketing people or anyone. There'd be no one left. And even a marketing person who operates in a place but doesn't particularly offer these services would be very helpful to this organization. But I do agree that the way Brandy answered her questions, the direct questions that were asked, and as I've thought about it, the environment within she operates and the nature of what her company does as a whole are pretty much part and parcel of what the direction that the tourism board helps decide for the community, both for their own expenditures and in helping mold tourism strategy for the county at large. And that's part and parcel of what Frozen Fire does. And so I do understand. I do agree with George now that there is that conflict there at this time.
Well, my last statement is I think we should, if we're going to increase our standards, I think we should bring in people who have specific marketing and or tourism experience, rather than bringing people who have raw talent who understand the community. So if that's the direction we're headed, then I don't support either candidate right now.
So there's not on the agenda right now, this is just a work session, but the resolution doing the appointments is under the consent agenda for this afternoon. My suggestion would be to pull it at that time, consistent with the agenda, and then make the vote accordingly. Right now, the resolution that is in the packet, I believe, has both members being approved, as we don't know the actual outcome at this moment. What we're going to do is we'll amend the resolution based on whatever direction from the board we get when that item is pulled off the consent during this afternoon session. Does that work?
You're suggesting we complete this conversation at the consent agenda level by pulling it off for discussion at that time and finalize the decision.
That's correct. I think that's more appropriate because that's where it is on the agenda. Had this been an action session, I think we would have been fine to take care of it at this point, but we didn't actually include it in this portion of the agenda. Just in an abundance of caution, I would rather you pull it from the consent agenda and address it that way. That would be my suggestion. Does that work?
Yeah, it might eat into the work session a little bit on rec sport shooting, but we'll manage that time.
It could. I mean, I think we all have had some good conversation here, and maybe we show up having changed our minds at 4:50, or maybe not. But I think we can get through it pretty quickly.
I think it's 4:40 actually.
The
Or no,
executive
executive
session's at
session
4:40.
4:40, and then we come out into consent at whatever point we come out.
Okay, well then let's proceed with the agenda. The next thing on the agenda is, Nanette, did you have something for me?
Yes, we just have a quick hearing for the Silver Lake Lodge. They have a B&B permit. Get my keyboard out of the way.
I must be looking at an old version of the agenda. I thought this was for 4:50, but that's fine. We can do it now. So 10 a.m. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it was changed to later in the afternoon, but we put it back at 10 because it was publicly posted on the property.
Oh, okay. I see. And no problem. These ones are quick. So this is the consideration of approval of renewal of the bed and breakfast liquor permit for AMMA Lodging Incorporated, doing business as the Silver Lake Lodge. I read through the permit. I know staff is recommending approval. I have no problem with that.
Okay, perfect. Beth, do you see any of the applicants or the licensees in the attendee list?
I have Andrew Wall. Is that him?
Yep, that's him.
Let me move him over really quick.
Okay.
Um,
He had said Excel was up there replacing power poles. He wasn't sure if they were going to have power to allow him to attend.
okay.
So if he blacks out, that's probably what happened.
Okay. It should be. Hold on. Maybe I lost him. Nope. There he is.
Perfect. Okay, so just real quick, this is the second year they've had their permit. We have not had any problems. All the departments recommended approval. We posted the property as needed, and Mr. Wall is here if the board has any questions for him.
Hi, Mr. Wall. I don't think I have any questions. Your application looks fairly straightforward. Randy, Sean, do you?
Mm-mm.
Looks
We
like-
have, apparently passed with flying colors or cleared all the hurdles on the track, I guess might be a better.
Nanette, did you need a motion or not on this one?
We do
Okay.
need a motion. This is an actual hearing, yes.
Oh, okay. So then public comment.
Yes.
If anybody wishes to make public comment on the application of AMMA Lodging doing business as the Silver Lake Lodge and their application for liquor license renewal, please click participants, click raise hand. We'll hear you out.
Yeah.
I do have an individual on the phone here. Were you here for public comment? Would you please state your name and where you live?
I think that's Keith.
Oh,
It's me. Yeah, I'm sorry.
the timing was
I have
confusing.
I have no public comment today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Montag. Good to hear from you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And any comments from the board?
None for me.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the renewal of the bed and breakfast liquor license for Amma Lodging Incorporated DBA Silver Lake Lodge.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations. Thanks for working with us up here.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is a work session regarding road and bridge funding sources with Carl Schell, Stoich Streepy, Julie Wisenan, and I see that we have Brent Worthington here as well. What do you have for us?
Well, good morning, everybody. Hope you had a good weekend. Keith he is on the phone with us. He's somewhere in West Texas, though, so he said he may have coverage, he may not. But he will be listening in. Appreciate everybody else's attendance and the work Stoy put into the memo. Brent for putting the updates into the spreadsheet, and Julie as well for helping put together numbers for all of the information that we've discussed over the group of work sessions that we've had. I believe we're quite a ways into this now. You know, we did tweak some numbers as far as the long-term projections, and as we get into that spreadsheet and stuff here in a bit, I will explain some of that. But I think also anytime Stoy or Brent wants to jump in and help out with the presentation today, what we've done is dial in some of the numbers to make at least the assumptions for projections of construction costs, inflation, sales tax rates moving forward, and we'll explain those as we get into them. You know, the funding for road and bridge we've all looked at here quite at length or depth, and the funding sources moving forward, just without some kind of initiative or help in that sense of funding, we do not have the budget to maintain the road services that the county has right now. I know that's something we've repeated over and over, but you know, we're trying to dial in numbers and make a recommendation, I guess, as to what staff feels is the right move going forward, and hopefully the board will agree with that direction. And from that point, we can move forward looking at what the next steps are, you know, with polling, or if this conversation needs to go. Well, I don't know that we're looking at another direction, but just in moving forward to make sure that the road and bridge fund is sustainable over the next 10 years or even out 20 years. So that's what we've put together for today's work session. You know, we did do some revisions on that analysis tool that we talked about. We've reached out to CARS and CDOT to look at inflation costs, which we saw ranging anywhere from 2.5% to 4%. But with CDOT's thought process and just looking at where costs for road construction and whatnot moving forward, we decided to put that at 4% for the numbers that we're looking at today. We also tweaked the sales tax growth rate to 6.5% from 6% as we had it prior in the meetings. And on the spreadsheet, you know, it shows basically the scenarios that we placed in front of you last meeting, that a 0.75% sales tax will take us the furthest out, as close to our estimated budget as we can. And is that, Brent, are you running the screen, or is Beth?
No, this is my screen.
Okay. Go ahead. All right, thanks for putting that up.
Mm-hmm.
Randy, Sean, are you all able to see those numbers okay?
Can we blow it up a little bit?
Randy, I can't hear you, sorry.
I'm going to try to throw it on my other larger screen and see if I can see it there. It's pretty hard to.
One kind of first impression I have with related to the 10-year versus 20-year, I think there's sufficient uncertainty around both sales tax growth assumptions and inflation that I think it's I don't think information beyond 10 years is really actionable in my mind, just because the challenge with compound interest is that it compounds, and small errors and assumptions become very meaningful errors. So I don't think it's possible for us to really come up with a meaningful model beyond 10 years. I mean, I think it's okay to have it there and look at it. I personally just don't feel like it informs me from a policy perspective.
Sean, I agree with that assessment. We project out past reasonable range, primarily just to keep focus on the out years and to make visible things that can happen with extrapolation from trend. But the value of that is here in the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. And then as each year passes, we move this back a year so that in 2026, for instance, then these points out here will be part of the 10-year projection, and so they become a little bit more relevant. But for now, just seeing if we stay on trend, then there are spots out here where we're going to bump into the red. It's good to see that, and it's good to keep an eye on it, but things do smooth out and become better behaved as we move into the closer prediction range.
Well, thanks for that, Brent. And I think that was mentioned at the last work session as well, Sean. Some of the spikes in that there are projects like the Grinnell Pass project, which just with that road being over 13 miles in length, it's our longest paved segment of maintained roadway that the county has on the maintenance list right now. So that's what some of the spike is there. And we'll have to look at those real hard as we get into that as to whether that type of a project has to be broken up into, several years, what kind of maintenance we do prior to jumping into resurfacing or doing an overlay on something of that length. And that being said, even the location of that particular roadway is going to make that project fairly difficult. I mean, we looked at the construction of Grinnell Pass lasting, most of a decade. I think it was 7 years with the 3 phases that went into place to put it out there in the first place. We're hopefully just looking at pavement repairs in the future. But just, looking at the list that we put together with the life of pavement based on about a 20-year cycle, that's why we presented it the way we did.
Thank you for that. And I acknowledge, Sean, the points are well made that more than 10 years out, it's hard to know if the revenue side of these projections are meaningful or, are accurate. But I feel like, and somebody correct me if you think I'm wrong, but on the expense side, it certainly seems like we know that in 2034, we're going to need a healthy fund balance. And I don't know that this rate gets us there.
I think it's, I think we know the things we do know about on the expenditure side. Sort of like Sean's comment about the weird thing. I enjoyed that, Sean, by the way. The challenge with compound interest is that it compounds. And so kind of like that with our physical expenditures in the field, and granted, FEMA funding notwithstanding, not every big rain we've got, turns into an emergency in a FEMA project. And so it's hard. I think what we've probably been presented here with on the expenditure side is our minimum expectation. And there are other things that can contribute to, like community expectations and, meteorological events and stuff like that, and geological events that can kind of change a little bit on us. So I would say on the expenditure side, we're looking at probably more of a minimum standard, and maybe Carl and Story, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. On the revenue side, I agree that beyond 10 years out is interesting, and it informs us a little, but all you've got to do is make 0.1% difference and take it to the 10th and the 10th power, and it turns into a big deal,
Is this, I'm sorry, Randy.
No, that's it. I'm done.
Is this spreadsheet set up? I think the spreadsheet's set up so that we can see how 10 years out it would change if, for example, the sales tax growth rate was only 6%.
Sure. So I just bumped it from 6.5 to 6%. You see,
I'm not
that's
sure I
a
can.
huge difference. Fund balance remains in the black, and again until we get out into 2034. So
And
I'm
we
just gonna
found
flip through
adjusting
the-
that. We found that adjusting the sales tax growth there didn't dramatically impact some of the numbers going forward there. The construction cost inflation rate, the annual inflation rate that we're using, does pretty dramatically change the projected cost associated with these expenses. If we do, for example, just drop the inflation rate down to 3.5% for that, it does put us in the black by the end of that 20-year period.
And historical inflation rates are more like 3%, and recently it's been more like 2%. And I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know that generally when you have the law of large numbers, something cracks, right? And people will come up with a breakthrough, use different technology or source other supplies. But the idea that it's going to be at 50% higher than historical inflation for decades flies in the face of history to some degree.
I would agree with you, Sean, if road construction costs were in the CPI, but I think the historical data you're looking at does not include construction costs.
That's recent data you're talking about. I mean, I think most inflation period over the last 100 years is roughly 3%, no matter what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think I'm talking about the consumer price index, which has never included construction costs and has a lot of history behind it.
Right.
And you're right. So
when people talk about inflation, I don't think it's safe to assume they're talking about CPI.
Okay, so when you say you see inflation as a very durable trend of 3% over decades,
hundreds of years,
which metric are you referring to?
I'll have to go back and look, but I know that CPI is a fairly narrow measure, and that's not what I'm talking about. And it's a number that leads people to make bad decisions in some ways. An example of that is everyone was panicking last month about it increasing. As it turns out, more than half of the growth of that number was from used cars alone, for the price increase in used cars because of the supply chain disruptions with microprocessors and some other stuff. But I mean, I think the point I want to make is I don't think we have. I think if we can figure out a solution that gets us clean for our whole for 10 years, I'll feel pretty good about that.
In general, I agree with you. And would you roll or scroll to the right, Brent, so we can see what some of these further years look like? So in this scenario, we're basically projecting that a board in 2034, so 13 years from now, would be having the same conversation.
Correct. The big spike here in 2034 is due to this $10 million, almost $11 million in capital in that year.
And on the, I mean, like the interesting conversations about what inflation could look like aside,
I think it's okay. This might also be evidence to the community that we're really working hard not to do a number that's too high, knowing that, hey, we have a solution here that we think we can fairly well guarantee will mean our roads are in good shape for the next 10 years. And we're not sure after that, that we might need more later is maybe a fairly responsible approach. I'm just sort of toying with ideas here.
I think that's a good characterization of how I feel about it.
Well, and that was presented to us too, just in comparison with the tax for the EMS group and just looking at numbers moving forward. You know, we certainly don't want to, I mean, I think the amount of money drawn from a tax can certainly be spent, and having a fund balance is always good moving forward. But we did try to dial this in as tight as we can to take us out at least that 10 years and not have to answer to something where we either have too much funding or, you know, not knowing what the future is, because there's assumptions built into all these lines on here. And I don't know if Brent or Stoy want to add to that comment at all.
No, I think staff has, you know, had similar questions as the board is having as we go through this process, and we found, you know, in our discussions and reaching out to other organizations that they're, you know, not to even speak to 10 or 20 years. There's a lot of uncertainty over the next 2 or 3 years that we just there's a lot of unknowns out there. So we are going through this process with some uncertainty as far as, you know, material supply and inflation cost directly related to road construction there, and there's a lot of unknowns in that. We're not trying to be ultra conservative when we project some of this, but we do certainly don't want to put ourselves in the position where we you know, increase the funding here to a certain point, but not to the point where we can at least take care of the roads for 10 years. I think is certainly reasonable.
And my comment on that too would be, we set the sales tax starting point at 0.75%. If we raise that to 1%, then looking at fund balance, we would stay in the black throughout the 20-year period. And we'd be growing some very large fund balance amounts out here, which, I mean, from a fiscal and budgetary standpoint, that's a great thing. But from the perspective of the taxpayer, that would be, in my opinion, a harder sell than to come in with the 0.75% tax increase. Recognize the fact that out here in the out years, we've got fund balance deficits that we will need to manage. But our strongest tool for managing that is managing the capital projects list in order to spread, for instance, this $10.75 million would be to spread it out over more years, so that we can manage the budget to stay in the black, and tweak that as we go, while recognizing that this is a problem in 13 years. It's not a problem next year. So I mean, that would be my perspective on it. If the communicating to the taxpayers that, yeah, we understand this, we've done the forecasting, we see long range issues, but they're far enough out that if we start now, we can work to manage and mitigate this impact out here in year 13. And then I think that that's a pretty responsible way to present to the community that we are we need to increase taxes, but we don't need to increase taxes too much in order to meet this goal. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents worth.
Does this number include any, 2 questions, actually. I'm going to go back and ask a different one first. What's your base year? Are you using 2020 receipts as your base year?
Yes.
Remind me how 2020 changed over 2019.
Just scroll back over. Pretty marginal changes. I mean, the 1.9 million in property tax, that's the same as what we had budgeted for 2020, and we're holding that steady. I think we can ease this up a little bit. So this 1.9 million in the first 2 years, that's pretty conservative. And then the other taxes and intergovernmental, we're looking at incremental 2% increases per year. So again, on the revenue side, very conservative. That's kind of my middle name. So, and then down here in operating expenses, we're still looking at pretty tight budgeting to the extent that we're not going to a steady state expenditure budget until we get out here in 2028.
Okay, thank you. Trying to remember what my other question was. Obviously, I got interested in that one. Somebody else feel free to jump in. Oh, I apologize. Does this include any projections about a potential sharing of revenue with the municipalities as part of this ballot question?
No, it does not at this point.
Okay, so if conversations around that take place, that would just change the number that we ask for to include what the towns see as their needs as well.
Correct.
Or we would go with this number and
rebate back.
Okay. So it seems like that might be the last factor for us to figure out before we think we know what this number ought to be. Are you ready to talk about next steps?
Yeah, I think so. As far as staff goes, you know, we did want to, you know, discuss with you today, as Carl mentioned there, you know, show you the information we've kind of gathered and made those kind of minor changes that we discussed when we last spoke with the board here. And they just wanted, you know, say, you know, analyzing all those factors, you know, we feel that, you know, that 0.75% best reflects our needs and would, is what we'd like to recommend for the county's portion of that, you know, as far as broader discussion, if there was, you know, anything to share back with the towns, you know, that would, I think, you know, as far as our recommendation go, have to be something above that 0.75% for whatever amount that we would choose to share back with the municipalities. And then there was some other questions that came up during our last work session that I didn't include in the memo, but really just polling and getting an understanding of, public feeling on where we're at and how to approach a potential ballot measure. Keith was able to reach out to his counterpart at Summit County, and who have had Summit County has had a lot of success on similar ballot measures there. And so we asked Keith to reach out to the county manager for Summit County there and find the company, the consultant that they've been using for polling and helping them through some of these ballot initiatives on their end. So Keith was able to obtain the contact information for them, and so just wanted to let you know that we did get that information. It's the consultant's company name is New Bridge Strategy, and there was a specific representative there. They've got a few that's been helping out with Summit County, and so if that is something that the board is interested in pursuing, then we'd want to get some direction on that, on how to approach them, or if there was interest in putting out some kind of RFP or something like that. But just based on their success in Summit County and their relationship with this consultant, we would, if we are going to go that direction and hire a consultant, it sounds like this would probably be a good choice for us.
Staff, Peter, any concerns over sole source or needing an RFP?
So at this point, I'm not even sure how much the amount would be, so that would affect it. But I was just in preliminary discussions with Keith last week about it. We have the name of the consultant. The issue will be whether we want to do an RFP. The cost probably would warrant at least an informal bid process as opposed to the formal bid process, but I will talk with Keith more about it, and Brian as well.
Okay.
And we did get in the response from Summit County. They had stated, that we're looking at, somewhere between $15,000 and $25,000. But I think, this consultant offers a wide variety of services, and I think would really depend on what we ask them to do for us. Would certainly affect that price a little bit.
Okay. Sounds like staff has the vendor selection process under control. Maybe my only comment would be on the content of that polling. A question that I know we have moved pretty far along the lines of looking at sales tax, but I might be interested to know how folks would respond to a sales tax or a mill levy.
I think a lot of our discussion that staff had with regard to that is the mill levy obviously only affects the property owners, and the roads are used by a lot of tourism. And so because sales tax can be based on some of that tourism dollars, or large chunk of it, is that it's not coming directly out of your property taxes. And so that was why we recommended going with sales tax. We did explore and talk about mill levy. It would be, for the amount of dollars, it would have to double. And we are at a 5.75 now. So it would have to be at least, at a minimum, another 5 mills in order to cover our expenses.
Julie, part of what I think I hear you saying, and I agree with it, is that a preference toward a sales tax is probably maybe safe to presume.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
honestly,
our
that's my
assumption at this point,
recommendation
but I
as
think,
well.
we would, I certainly don't have any experience with this type of ballot initiative or anything, and I think we would in part rely on this consultant where we'd hire someone to help guide us in some of those questions and how to ask those questions. I think is really certainly what myself and I think some of the other staff have struggled with. You know, if we were to continue this approach, is how best to do so, how best to collect that information from the public and asking the right questions to make sure that we, capture their desires and also, are reflective of what the county's needs are. So I think we would look to that consultant to give us some guidance in that as well.
I think another important consideration is the county has the option of looking at a sales tax increase. The other districts, particularly school district and fire authority, do not have that option. So I don't know if we want to compete with them for property tax when we could go to the alternate revenue source that we have that they don't have.
I think the other thing too is this spreadsheet would need to probably change pretty drastically, because I don't believe putting a 6.5% growth rate on our property tax anybody would advocate, right? It's probably going to be flat or decreasing. So I'm not even sure that the doubling would be enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're right.
That's a good point. The future of property taxes is very much unknown. I would point out that there's another sort of presumption that we can make, which is that there's no guarantee that municipal leadership will support a sales tax. And so, to the extent that and Stoy, I appreciate your comment, the consultants should be able to help us ask the right questions. And so I don't intend on insisting on what questions are in there right now. But there are hurdles and issues with either approach.
Mm-hmm.
So I really think, we can certainly, if the board has any other questions or anything else that staff can help analyze or gather some additional information, we're happy to do so. But I think we've really reached the point where we'd like to get that direction that the board's comfortable, at least at this point, moving forward with the discussion around this 0.75% potential 0.75% sales tax increase, and that we should reach out to this polling consultant to at least get a proposal from them as to what their approach would be and how they would help this, and if there's interest from the board and moving forward with this to actually potentially get a ballot measure in place for the next election cycle here.
Yeah, and I think I like the idea of engaging some outside help, and just note that a 0.75% measure that doesn't pass is not as good as a 0.4% or 0.5% that actually does pass. So I think that the spreadsheet is an interesting model. I think it helps me understand kind of how the assumptions affect the outcomes. I know for sure it's going to be wrong just because all models are wrong. But I think having another perspective on this, which is what is an offering that's likely to be accepted, I think is just as important.
Well, I'm fine with the direction that you suggest, Stoy. I don't think we're making any hard commitments over numbers. We know they'll change. Right. We know they'll change as we talk to the municipalities. But moving forward with the polling firm, moving forward with the conversations with municipalities, and I think sort of continuing the momentum that we're exploring a sales tax at this point is fine. Although, again, especially if the consultant thinks it's wise, asking about a mill levy versus sales tax in the poll might be wise?
Yeah, it's a good question to ask, I think, to get a fully informed perspective before we make a decision. I think moving forward, I mean, we're here in a public meeting, and I think the 0.75, if it's the best guess that we've seen right now, is legitimate to talk about. And I agree that either through negotiations with the cities or through the information that we receive from these other sources, that, you know, it's a projection that's likely to change, but I think we should move forward with it. I will state that I am particularly favorable to the sales tax versus a mill levy, for the reason that so much of the impact that we've stated before, so much of the impact to our roads is from our visitors, and so much of our sales tax is collected from our visitors, and it's a way to transfer the burden in a way that we haven't previously to one of the primary sources of wear and tear on our roads and expense as a result. So in generally I favor that, but you know, there may be other strategic reasons to do something different as we get the results from the rest of the investigation.
One other thing I don't think anyone brought up today that we've mentioned in the past is the possibility of other sources of dollars coming our way, such as through the legislature or other third parties. I'd be interested to know, at least figure out how we're going to incorporate that into our process, because it's possible we may get some favorable surprises from now until this November.
I think there's some of that to be expected out of SB 21-260, the overall funding bill, because there is an UTF distribution, a portion of it's the local, and you're right, Sean, we talked about that at one of the last meetings when we said we need to find out what the impact of that is now that the dust has settled on it, and know what the real numbers are going to be here pretty quickly. So that should definitely be part of this investigation to inform the spreadsheet.
Maybe there would be a way to make a fairly simple modification of the spreadsheet to be able to accommodate something like that, just so that, you know, if there were different options out there, we could investigate how it would affect the overall success of the approach.
Right, and since it's a just different source of, you know, with the fees and everything, it's a different source. It seems like the easiest way would be to simply add a line item on the revenue side for additional new revenues from, you know, SB 21-260 or whatever. So, and for each one, I mean, just for the sake of being informed and being able to answer things accurately, it's when you take 3 or 4 guesses, it's good to itemize them all so that you're still describing them as guesses, but at least you can tell them why you made each one rather than a random more money line. So.
Great point. And I have not seen anything come out. Maybe, I mean, if anybody was doing it, it would be CCI or CARS that would be digging into this bill to project how much each county would get. Carl, have you seen anything come out?
We have not. I know we did talk about it at the last meeting, and we just haven't got any information yet at all to see what the outcome of some of these bills may be.
Well, I think 260 had pretty much cleared. I mean, it cleared the Senate. I thought it cleared the House, but maybe it's still working. I thought it was done.
Yeah, just playing around with the spreadsheet while y'all were talking, dropped in a line up here for additional grants and linked it down to intergovernmental. So as we get a better handle on what might be coming, then we can just enter those amounts up here so we see them separately. But then down in the calculation, it adds into intergovernmental and flows through to the bottom line.
And Randy, I anticipate this will pass as well. It looks like it passed House second reading with amendments.
Right,
So
that's what I had to last I heard last week. And then it's And then, but then it's got to roll back through the Senate because there were some amendments in the House before it goes to the governor's desk. And I think its chances of success are extremely high now. And but the result of the amendments on what our distribution might be, we just need to get that. We're probably not quite there for knowing exactly what it is going to be until it heads for the governor, and he's going to sign it. So.
Okay. Well, whoever sees, we'll probably all get that analysis at the same time, and we'll probably all send it to each other.
Right. Emails crashing into each other.
Okay. Anything else on this topic?
We will do what we can to find out if there are estimates out there. Should, even with the amendments, that bill pass. So hopefully we'll have some of that information for you. And then I guess in my head, at least, are we going to have another work session, or how do we want to move forward from here? Come back with the polling company and some of those costs, or are we just sending that information out to you as we get it?
I have a question. Do we have a timeline that maybe to address your question, Julie, in terms of, I think that time is relatively short now for us to go through our process for something to land on the ballot in November. And I think that might inform the answer to this.
Yeah, I think at this point we would, if it's acceptable to the board, like to reach out to this consultant that was referred to us by Summit County there, and at least get a proposal from them as far as what their approach and what their estimated pricing would be. And then we can certainly get that information that we received from them in front of the board, and we can, make a decision on whether we'd like to proceed with that proposal, or if it's something that we wanted to reevaluate or negotiate with them, or reach out to others for additional proposals at that time.
Do we expect this consultant will write ballot language, or would that be a different consultant? Because I think another piece of direction that could come out of this, if it's needed, it might not be needed, is that we start to pursue a consultant to craft ballot language, or start to craft ballot language.
Yeah, and it's not something that's listed specifically on their website, but it is something we would, if they do have experience in that, it could help us with that. We would like that to be a part of their proposal, just to give us some guidance on that. But on their website, their main things are really focus groups, online discussion boards, online and mobile surveys, telephone surveys, communications guidance and trainings. In-depth interviews, facilitating meetings and discussions, brand development, that sort of thing. They don't specifically call out, writing ballot language, but I think that they are fairly experienced in that area. It appears to be anyway that they could possibly help us with that as well.
There was an attorney that Bob Loeffler introduced us to last year, and I think that might be in that guy's wheelhouse. I'm trying to remember his name. He's a fairly...
That was D. Weiser.
I'm sorry, Brent, who was that?
D. Weiser. I've got his contact info.
But yeah, real quick, I think it's been a great discussion about the spreadsheet and understanding what are the elements of the solution. And I personally don't think, I feel like I need to talk about or understand any more about that. I'm ready to go on to making more progress beyond that.
Yeah, with the exception of the HUTF thing.
Yep.
I tend to agree, and we'll probably want to look at it again when we know
what the new contribution is. Yeah, sorry, I'm interrupting. Yeah,
that's what the new contribution is, and then what the outcome of a conversation with the municipalities is. I see that as something that is sort of growing in urgency, and then those other two elements, right? Getting some polling done and getting some language crafted.
Yeah, and the conversation with the municipalities is in the general sense, we're still informing it, with that HUTF and all that, it might be. Yeah, it'll change.
Actually, is there anything we need to be doing with respect to communicating with other governments, such as Idaho Springs, Empire, and Georgetown right now, that we could be making progress on instead of waiting?
I think so. My understanding was that we were past a point where we were waiting.
Yeah, I mean, the few conversations I've had, it seemed like there wasn't a lot of openness to supporting this, and so it could be a short conversation. But it's one that I think absolutely needs to happen.
Right.
So I think that should be another action item, next step, and yeah, figure out who needs to do it.
Sean or others, is there any direction at for staff level there for any communications like that, or is that something that that the board would like to handle as far as setting up any kind of meetings, or would you like to get some information from our polling consultant before we approach them?
It might make sense to have a public meeting with the town's representation and just talk about this publicly on the record, and go on the record with that, because I do feel like some informal conversations have already happened, and I expressed what I've learned informally, and I don't know that any more informal conversations are really going to be that beneficial.
Were they asked, and did they respond to the question about what the state of their budgets is if they have revenue needs?
I don't know that it got that detailed, although I think that would be something that would be appropriate, like I said, to probably have in a public setting with some notice, so that they're not going to be surprised by us asking them for some information that they're not ready to provide.
So maybe we could ask staff to send that question, and that response, can be in writing as far as just what the state of their road and bridge budget is. And then if we want to do a public meeting with them, we can. I'm trying to remember, for some reason, I thought I recalled that we had assigned a commissioner to reach out and sort of have those conversations and bring it back. But the reason I'm hesitating to talk about it is because it may not have happened. It may have happened in executive session. And so
I don't remember what the setting was, but I did reach out at least to Idaho Springs, and my comments were informed by what I learned.
Okay.
And actually, I think those comments were made publicly in the one of the mayors and commissioners meeting, come to think of it. I think you guys heard them too.
I do remember that, yeah. Yeah, and none of it was a departure from, in general, when you bring up the topic of a countywide sales tax to a municipality, they say, well, that's our fiscal space. And so then we need to say, how can we both operate in this space and meet our needs? And I didn't know, I don't think the conversation really went much farther than it ever has in a general setting where there's not something on the table, so. Okay, well, I think we know what our next steps are. And I think we might be done, but I'm not trying to give this short shrift. We are scheduled through 11.
I feel like we've got the direction direction that we need to keep us moving forward here. So I think a big key going forward is to see what kind of proposal we get back from this polling consultant, and you know, and I think there's a variety of things that they can help with as far as timelines. You know, actually how we poll the community and a variety of other things. So we'll certainly start with them, and hopefully they can answer some of these questions for us in any case.
There's one other thing. Well, before I say that, I just wanted to say, I mean, this is a thorny problem that we've been kicking down the road for the entire time I've been associated with this county government. And I really appreciate staff taking the bull by the horns and creating a model that allows for us to kind of drive this to some sort of a decision. The other thing I was going to mention is we've also talked about the possibility of soliciting or recruiting or suggesting that a community group be stood up to be able to carry this conversation forward after we're not able to. And I don't want to forget about that. I don't know what action item might come out of that, but I just want to note that that's something that's important too, that we need to start making some progress. Someone needs to start making some progress on soon.
And I think that is another question that I had for our polling consultant too, that maybe they could help us on who to approach and how to help us form that group too.
Okay, perfect. So I mean, people really start paying attention to this stuff, around August, maybe September. So we have a little bit of time, but not a lot.
Agreed.
Yep. Good point. Okay, anything else?
I think that gives us enough to work with moving forward. You know, once we do get some of that information, I think the only other thing we talked about was some possible town hall meetings as well, and how we want to pursue or move forward with that with the citizens group and or this consultant. So we will try and wrap our heads around that. Reach out to the municipalities with questions about the budgets, and we can then talk about when our next meeting, work session, or what the next direction is.
Sounds good. Well, thank you all. And I'll echo what Sean said. This is a thorny issue. Thanks for your work.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is 11 o'clock COVID update. And I believe we had, just really quick, I believe the agenda was modified again. Yes, let me open up the latest one because I believe we have a commissioner update at 11:30. Yes, it's on the agenda. So
What?
This was, I noticed this morning as we were moving agenda items around, the commissioner update got lost. There's some stuff that needs to be done. So 11:30 commissioner updates, and we'll see you in 3 minutes at 11 for the COVID update. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. Good morning, Dr. Ryan. How are you?
I'm good, George. How are you?
Doing all right.
Hi, Tim.
Hello, Randy. Hello, Sean. Hello, everyone.
I prefer that to Dr. Ryan and Commissioner Wheelock. It's just personal taste is all.
Titles just get in the way.
No criticism.
We'll give it just another moment here. Okay, looks like we're all here. This is our 11 o'clock COVID-19 update. Dr. Ryan, what do you have for us?
So let's start with the numbers, as we always have. Nationally, we are at 32.2 million confirmed cases across the United States. The average daily number of new cases has declined for a fifth straight week. Number of new cases is now 17,189 today as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations, although continue to be high. Fatalities, we've now lost 594,000 Americans in the last 14 months. Current rate is at 610 per day as a 7-day average, which is an increase from last week. Test positivity is 2.6% across the nation. Major contributing factors to the spread, the B117 variant, roughly 72% of cases now, and the unvaccinated. Vaccine rate across the country, we are at 41%. 41% are fully vaccinated. 51% have at least one dose. Here in Colorado, the current number of daily cases continues to show a slow decline, now in excess of 750 per day as a 7-day average. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 164 per 100,000. Slight decrease across the state in hospitalizations. Currently, 36% of ICU beds or ventilators are in use, and 78% of ICU beds. There are currently 493 individuals hospitalized across the state with COVID. Test positivity rate is at 3.5, an increase from last week. Major contributing factors, the B117 variant and the unvaccinated. Vaccine rate here in the state of Colorado is 53.9% of those Coloradans have at least one dose, and 45.2% are fully immunized, so well below half the population. In Clear Creek County, we have had 5 cases in the last 7 days, 14 in the last 2 weeks, for a sum total of 464 to date. 22 hospitalizations, although we did have one over the weekends, and 3 fatalities. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 143 per 100,000. 2-week test positivity rate is at 8.8%, significant jump. Contributing factors, the unvaccinated. Testing updates, we will continue to test. We have since shifted our testing site slightly down into town near the bus barn, and between that and the old football field is the new location. We'll continue testing there through at least June. Testing will continue in the jail. Vaccine updates. We have now vaccinated 54.6% of the eligible population with at least one dose. Fully immunized, we are at 49.0% of the eligible population, so almost 2% increase from last week. Any questions?
So if we increased 2% last week, which I think is great news, and you said we're at 55%. So if we have about 15% to go and rates stay the same, how many weeks does that? That puts us within our timeline. I'm sorry, simple arithmetic isn't really my
7.5
strong suit.
I didn't know if that was a rhetorical question.
You watched the gears burn and
Are you're assuming, George, a 70% vaccination rate is the goal based on that question?
Yeah, maybe just rolling with, I think that was President Biden's goal to have 70% by July 4th. It looks like we're not quite in shooting range of that, but that we.
Yeah, and Polis has given us a 75% goal for every county in the state. So to answer your question simply is 7 weeks if we're increasing 2% a week. I don't know if that's sustainable in terms of we can anticipate a 2% increase every week for the next 7 weeks. That would certainly put us at the 70% mark, but we'll see.
But in short, last week we stayed on track.
Yeah. And we're continuing to have clinics. We have one every Wednesday through June at the Resource Center from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., extending those hours to really try to accommodate folks who do work typically 9 to 5 and get those out. So including our second dose for the middle school, high schoolers that we vaccinated 2 weeks ago. They'll be getting their second round next Monday. The only other update on the vaccine is, I'm sure most of you have heard, Moderna submitted over the weekend their application for full approval following Pfizer's lead last month. So hopefully sometime September, October, we will have that fully authorized, which may encourage some to get vaccinated, and it will allow for others to mandate it, including schools. So.
Other questions, other topics for discussion?
Mm-mm. And am I correct that we will probably next week not have a COVID update for those who dial in every week? Is that correct? Since we won't be having a meeting.
They also show us not here on the 15th as well. So I don't know if we're skipping the update for 2 weeks or just 1 week.
I will offer, if we think we would like to continue to do this, to log in and have the meeting and hear the update for the benefit of the public. But that's, I'm not saying that I think we need to do that. I'm offering. I could do that on the 8th and the 15th.
By virtue of the fact that these conversations are getting shorter and shorter, I think it would make sense to define some sort of exit criteria where we can suspend these hopefully forever. But beyond that, I do think it's useful to keep the public informed. I don't know that it needs to be a meeting at a specific time. Maybe just sending some sort of posting a written update on the county website and or the county's Facebook presence might be sufficient.
Post the report, something like that. Yeah. It feels like it's short of some catastrophic change. It's not going to inform policy, especially if all 3 commissioners are gone next week and there's no meeting. And the following week I'm out, and that doesn't mean that you couldn't hold a meeting without me. You'd have a quorum if there was a cause for it on the 15th. But
No.
except John's not around. Yeah. Right. So maybe for the next 2 weeks to give Tim a break to get more work done, he could, post his report and call it good. And then we can revisit on the 22nd or something. That would be what I would suggest based on, for example, what we see in this meeting today.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay. Is that our COVID update? Does anybody else have anything else? Suzanne, Alyssa?
I don't.
No, I don't have anything either. Thanks.
Okay, then let's move into commissioner updates. Is that okay, Randy? And I noticed. Do you have an 11:30 that you need to get to?
If I do, it's a surprise to me.
Okay. I just wanted to give you a space to say we gotta work around an 11:30. So I'll kick it off. I got a list of things here. I wanted to bring up the decision-making around CARES, because Sean, I know you had asked for a work session with an update about where we're at. We're obviously weeks away from a time when that would happen on our regular agenda. We could choose to do that sooner. And the reason I'm suggesting we might is because we have roughly $230,000 left. And I am starting to try to work on ideas around what I see as a big need this summer, a pretty urgent need, is to help the business community address their labor problems. And we have seen that the labor pool seems to have shrunk a little bit in the service industry. And we know that a big part of that is due to job quality issues and those issues being exacerbated by the pandemic. And there are a handful of ideas around how CARES money could address that problem. A significant portion of what we have left. And so we have a staff group that's making decisions on CARES money. It consists of Peter, Suzanne, Alyssa, Tim, Brian, and I might be missing someone. So my question, as I start to come up with ideas and proposals, is the board comfortable with CARES money decisions of that magnitude being made by that staff group, or would the board like to be part of that conversation?
Yeah, I was going to suggest you amend that to say recommendations, because I do think that that's probably a board level decision. And I also think it would make sense to set up a little more robust framework, knowing that we have another tranche of money going to show up soon. And rather than zeroing in on specifics, I think it might make sense to try and inventory all of the viable opportunities in a fairly efficient way, and then kind of drive down to a prioritization process that's inclusive and involves as many stakeholders as we can here in the county, rather than just a small group of staff and yourself.
Okay.
Well, I mean, into the loop on that, and I think that's a good thing to do. I think trying to do it in an abbreviated fashion that isn't a huge project turned into a large, because it turns into a large staff project as well, depending on the size of the stakeholder group and the numbers and level of outreaches that we make to be able to do that. I think to be able to take a look at that prioritization as a board, though, is certainly, appropriate, and to be able to weigh in on it.
Okay, understood. So I will point out that there is a deadline that's 6 months away from us on CARES money. And so I will be looking for us to make CARES money decisions sooner than later, and would encourage the board, if the board, and I welcome you to that, of course. I don't have the authority not to, right? And I wouldn't anyway. So I'm not trying to get weird here.
I would ask that we try to set up a special session sometime so that we not wait until July.
Well, yeah, whether it's a special session or whether we make sure it's at the top of the list at our regular sessions, whatever it is, I'm in agreement, George, because that's why I said I don't want to create so ponderous a process that it delays the ability to make the decisions about the money that needs to be spent within 6 months. We should make the decisions now so the money can be spent, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement with that, and I'll figure it out. I mean, I can do that with my leg up in the air. I just prefer not to do it on morphine or anything like that. It would be of little value. I don't think they're going to put me on that this time anyway. But just for the sake of the user, for too much information, I'm getting a knee surgery. That's all. And that's why I'm out on the 15th, and it'll be a couple of days I'll be less useful.
Of course. Okay, so I think that's sufficient on that one. What I'll do is figure out timelines and reach out to get something scheduled. The next topic, we discussed the survey. We're scheduled to present on the survey to the Resiliency Collaborative tomorrow. And I'm trying to remember, because I did not take notes, or I lost the notes I took. We had a conversation about this. Did the board want their own presentation as well? And knowing that we're out on the 8th and the 15th, did the board want to do that in a special meeting or wait till the 22nd?
Just a quick process reminder. I'm not here on the 22nd either. I don't get back until the 26th, which is a Saturday. But I have time tomorrow and Thursday, and then Friday I'm doing a project with the treasurer pretty much all day.
What that calls into question is the last conversation. Is the 26th or the 29th soon enough to be looking at the CARES funding? And if not, then maybe we do need a special meeting while Sean's still around. And the problem is that going to be well informed within 2 days?
One thing I don't think you were there, Randy. I think George and I were there in a recent legislators and commissioners meeting. A Boulder County staff member mentioned how they had set up a process to be really broad and inclusive and efficient. And I feel like focusing on the process is something that probably leads us to making good decisions. And that's something that I feel like I don't necessarily need to be intimately involved in or weigh in. I just want to make sure that, again, we have something that's inclusive, and Boulder's already done something which I think looked pretty effective to me. And so I think that might be a good place to start. And I think it's something that we could probably continue to use until the helicopter money stops eventually.
Yeah, and I'm happy to have a conversation about American Rescue Plan process. I think that Brian, our new county manager, needs time to get his hands around it, which is why I'm seeking a different timeline for CARES money. So I think maybe Sean, I think if you, knowing that I would like to move forward on this, I think, June, waiting until the end of June is waiting until a third of our busy season is gone. And we set up CARES money because of the deadlines. The process to date has been, based on efficiency of decision making. And so maybe what I'd suggest is that we try to schedule something this week to update you on CARES money, hear your thoughts, and then hopefully have direction to move forward, either have the board make a decision or have the board be comfortable with staff making a decision in June on CARES money.
So even though there's a 6-month deadline, your point is that there's an opportunity cost with waiting or there may or may not be one. And yeah, I guess my feelings about why we have our labor crisis, I think they're somewhat self-inflicted because of federal policy. And I think some states have taken action to address that. And I would certainly be open to see if we can do anything to address that at the county level. Probably not, or maybe make our preferences known at the state level. But beyond that, I think we need to make the best decisions for sure. And if I knew a little bit more about what the priorities were, I can't tell you that I feel good or bad about what's going to happen because we haven't really decided what we're going to do yet. So like I said, I'm very interested and available to meet sometime over the next 2 days over the weekend. And then one thing to note too is I'm off the grid, but I can be reached via text pretty much the entire time. So that's another way that if my input is desired, it could be received.
And you just taking some notes here. You said the next 2 days. Is Friday not an option?
I have a meeting with Treasurer Dave Young to evaluate consultants for that state retirement savings program, and it lasts pretty much all day.
Yeah, and I'm out Friday in the morning, unable to go. I've got just so you know, tomorrow I'm good until 10 o'clock and after 11:30, other than the Resiliency Collaborative, which might do well to hold that meeting anyway, prior to our meeting, but just a thought. I don't know if it does or not. And then Thursday, I'm good until about 2 in the afternoon, and then I'm out till 5 o'clock with other meetings. And Friday, I'm only good after 1:30 in the afternoon.
I do think it's pretty likely that we'll be done by 2-ish on Friday.
That allows a little more time to prepare for the meeting, have the best information possible too. And that way we can give enough direction. I mean, I think that what's going on is that the crew, our staff and George have done a great job on this. And, but I do think it's remiss on such an important thing for our BOCC to not be involved in, those decisions rather than farming them out, because they are big ones. And I think it's sort of like, cutting Randy loose on transportation for a couple of years. We got to check in with you once in a while and make sure that we're doing the right things, and that's all it is. So if Friday afternoon gives the most time to have the best information and the most informed conversation, I'm up for that around 2 o'clock, if that's what Sean thinks. Or earlier, I gave those other times.
3. How does 3 sound? Okay. So we'll schedule a meeting for 3 o'clock on Friday to discuss CARES money. And that's assuming that staff is available. And if we have a conflict, we'll work it out.
That gives Sean a little wiggle room there too.
And since we have a little bit of extra time, and I'll be happy to surrender my commissioner update time. Did you have anything more specific, George, in terms of what you and staff were thinking about related to employment in the county?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like what the state did, which is a hiring bonus. We could look at voluntary programs where we subsidize part of an increase in an entry level wage for a business. Things like that. How do we help businesses be competitive in this market?
And I'm happy to read in the evening as a precursor to a 3 o'clock Friday afternoon meeting. We've always said when you get into the afternoons, they're tough anyway. Your brain starts to lose power, and it's Friday on top of that. So if there's anything we can read in advance that will be helpful to us, it's the latest breaking, kind of like a bullet pointed version of what you would come up with, George, you and staff. It's not a burden to create, and can be supplemented by some reading material you've already got that's out there would be great. And then we can come in and move fast.
That sounds good. And then on the survey, I think what I'm hearing, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, is CCRC sufficient? We can log into CCRC at 1:30. We can
get the breakdown of the survey, and then if the board wants to discuss it further, we can choose to do so.
It's fine with me.
Yeah, I know that's not entirely in keeping with, I think we had said we wanted to do it on the 8th, and then weren't aware that we weren't going to be meeting. Okay, so then the last thing, childcare. You guys have seen some emails from me. There's a childcare group that's looked at 2 of our facilities, the LDS Church and the Resource Center. They would like to have a conversation with us about potentially using one of those facilities for childcare. And they're trying to move on a faster timeline than a July meeting would accommodate. So this is an ask for us to find some time to have a special meeting on this topic as well.
So you know my constraints. I guess I would just point out that this has been a problem in the county ever since I've lived here. So I know it's important. I know, but I think it's just as important to get it right.
Yeah, definitely. And so I think a work session for them to have a feeling about what the availability of those properties might be is important for them to move forward. And, you know, I think in partnership with us on solving, you know, if we have labor market problems, childcare is another, like, one of the top impacts, maybe alongside behavioral health. And so I think being nimble is important here. So Sean, I bet you're interested in being part of that conversation. And so I bet we should talk about your schedule maybe on Thursday.
Yeah, and or schedule it in July. I mean, I think the disposition of county properties is something that is very important. I think that there are a lot of people who would like to get properties at a market or sub-market rate, and I think it's an important discussion.
Can I jump back to the CARES money for just a second? For that meeting on Friday, do you guys want to make a formal decision? So should I start with like a work session and then follow it up with the action session at the end?
I think in each of these, if we do either one of these we just talked about, should have the potential for action if there's a an opportunity and need to do so. I certainly agree with Sean that, you know, pretty much everybody loves to get stuff at a lesser value if they can and get a great deal. It's great to be able to invest like that. I think when we're looking at opportunities to fill a specific need that we've identified for a long time, it's, you know, there are different classes of people, different categorizations of entities that are seeking those opportunities. And certainly we've sacrificed, for example, to bring healthcare into the community, and there's other things like that. I consider child care to be among them. So if there's a particular reason to meet, again, I'm signed up for the job. So, and I gave my schedule a little bit ago. I've got time on Thursday.
One thing I would note, I totally support what's going on, and I would love it that citizens have banded together and are trying to make things happen. One thing I will note is we've not yet had even one public meeting or work session or discussion in a public setting with these groups. And so to jump right to the possibility of dispensing property without even having our first conversation, it seems like we're rushing things.
Yeah, and that balance between nimbleness and process is important to hit. I think the first start is getting a meeting on the schedule.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I know that we've been eager to bring some other people in to meet with us about real estate. So I'm fine to meet with these folks too.
Knowing that this is a community group and we should not expect that they'll be available when we are, maybe I take the scheduling of this offline and I'll do that over this, because I think we're going on recess until 4:45 right after this conversation. So what I can do is contact that group and work on getting a time scheduled for this week that matches the three of our schedules. And maybe I could ask you and Randy, you and Sean to give me your availabilities in an email.
So, and what day are you looking at in particular? Any, or just from now until?
Any of the 3 days this week.
Okay.
Okay. And that is everything that I had.
I have nothing else until we come back at 4:40, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
See, at 4:40, we'll be coming into, among other things, pull that back up. Just like to make that announcement one more time. We'll be, among other things, we'll be coming back in to discuss at 5:30, taking public comment and discussing potential renaming Westward Mountain this evening at 5:30. And before that, 4:40, our consent agenda, executive session, discussion of Rexport shooting in the St. Mary's area. Before.
Yeah, that is what is going on. Thanks for filling that in, Randy. And so we are on break or in recess or whatever the appropriate term is until 4:40.
I know, I'm trying to catch up on some stuff, so. No, I'm just getting there slowly but surely.
Oh, yeah. The snowboard is so good.
Does
I look
it?
at it every time I drive by, I'm like, it's still up. Yes, the wind hasn't changed out.
That's awesome. I know, it's getting dark out there.
Yeah, it was raining up in Walmart, but it's fine though.
Okay.
All those kids are fun to put on the bus.
Oh my God.
They're actually really nice.
Did they do good?
They did. I sent away a little while because it's their first try, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure I'll
Yeah.
wait, but one of these guys need me to wait. So,
And they did?
yeah, they're really nice, really polite.
Oh,
It's good.
they're probably so excited to get on a bus.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, what's your name? I'm like, it's Speedy. They're like, hi. I'm like, oh, this is, like, stop.
I know.
I'll see you later.
All right, bye. Why are you not working? This is Beth. Can I help you? Okay.
Colorado, and we got your name, Carl first, like Energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys did a project with them.
Yes.
We're considering hiring them as well.
Okay.
Just want to chat with you a little bit.
Yeah.
What is the project, your experience with Energy and all that?
Oh my gosh. Talk about make you look good. Yes, they do that. Yeah. So I've had, I'm trying to think, maybe 4 projects with them so far, and I'm about to do maybe 2 more. We're about to do an EV readiness plan, and we're about to do a small capital projects plan. We've done some really big projects with them, like we did our energy performance contract and our energy performance audit, where they come in and they look at all of your facilities and they tell you which ones can be better and which ones can save you a bunch of money, and they do the rebates for you with Excel and everything, or whoever your electrical provider is. They do weekly meetings. They're on top of it all the time. They follow through. I'm trying to think of how many good adjectives I can use. But yeah, I mean, just super smart. You know, they're just, they're at the top of their industry. You know, they just know what's coming next and they know what you should watch out for. And I felt like they were almost our owner's representative as much as our, you know, contractor. Because, you know, I felt like they just really, you know, saved us as much money as they could wherever they could. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I work for, you know, elected officials too, and we have some fickle leaders who change their mind weekly. And yeah, we have like 16 buildings. So we did all of that with them. We did the energy performance contract, the energy performance audit. I think, you know, we did it, we matched it with the DOLA grant, and we did like a $2.6 million project. It ends up saving us, well, they you know, they make that guarantee as part of the audit with the state energy office that if you don't save this much money per year, Iconergy pays the difference. So it's kind of a, you know, cover your tail policy for you, you know, the jurisdiction. So we did that. They estimated we were going to save probably like around 50K a year. We're saving more like 65K a year. We have like negative production on some of our solar that they put up for us. So we're actually putting power back on the grid. So, and we're, you know, yeah, go ahead. No, we're at, you know, we're at 8,500 feet.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. He helps me. Well, he now he gets nervous every time I call him because I'm like, Clay, I need some money. And he's just like, oh my God. But so, but no, you know what? Iconergy's great. They did that project for us, and in the middle of it, our, you know, part of our building, it's our county courthouse is 3 wings. So one wing is the sheriff's department with the jail and everything. Another wing is all the state offices like the courts and probation and district attorney. And then the third wing is all county offices. And right in the middle of our energy performance contract and remodeling and sealing the building and replacing windows and all that stuff, the courts came in and said, we need a new courtroom. And we're like, oh crap, you know, and so I know. And so we actually subbed it to Iconergy, and they carried it for us and did it at the same time, and actually ended up doing some energy performance stuff in that wing as well. So with far more efficient air handling units, you know, far more efficient water fixtures, sealing of the building, and increased insulation, stuff like that, to, you know, really make that a better, you know, efficient side of our building, you know, and it worked out really well. It just, you know, they synced of oh God. Oh, I am. Well, and it, you know, it saves you a ton of work when, you know, I don't have to, you know, work with 14 different contractors at once trying to get all these different projects done. If I could just work with one group who's got it together and, you know, pulls both projects into the same weekly meeting and we just knock it out at the same time. So yeah, it helps a lot. And my bosses were impressed, and that is, I think, important to all of us who work for boards. So, oh. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, they're great. You know, I don't have anything bad to say. You know, I actually, my husband is facilities director for St. Anthony's in Frisco, and I sent their contact up there because I was like, look, these guys get it done, and you know, if you guys want to do any of this kind of stuff, you know, you should talk to them. And we've connected them with St. A's, we've connected them with Denver Health down in downtown Denver. So yeah, I'm happy to give out their name and their reference because they did so good for me. You know, they made me look good in front of my bosses. So, and you know, yeah, yes. Are you doing the energy performance contract? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty clever. I mean, I learned a lot. And I have to admit, I didn't know jack about some of that stuff going in. I didn't know what it was. I was like, what are we doing? Because I went to Clay and I was like, look, I just want to replace a couple air handlers. You know, I'm like, I have to do all this process, you know, I'm like, come on. But it really worked out in my favor. And Dola was super happy. And you know, we had the big, you know, ribbon cutting and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, it got a lot of stuff done for us really fast, and saved a bunch of money, more money than we thought annually. So, yep. Yep. I would say, you know, because we added that quartz project in, it probably took about 18 months. So, you know, we started everything, you know, the quickie stuff, we started that right away. I want to say that's things like, you know, windows, door sealants, building sealants, adding insulation, stuff like that. And then we dug in the winter, we dug in hard to those air handling units because they're so big, you know, and that you could work inside, you know, 95% of the time. So our air exchangers, yeah, that just are return and supply air, yeah. And yeah, and you know, they put us on that building automation system, you know, so now my facility guys can see all that on their phones and can see, hey, the cords are really cold right now. Let me turn up the temperature from my phone and bring it up to temp before the judge walks in and we look bad, you know. So yeah, it's pretty slick. I was surprised. So we're thinking about adding, you know, we've got like 14 different buildings in our tiny little county. I know it's horrible, but we're just small and we have just small buildings everywhere. And we're thinking about putting all the rest of those buildings on that building automation system, that software, because, you know, you can just see everything remotely on your phone, and your facility guys or your maintenance men or your road and bridge guys or whatever, they can see everything remotely and fix it, you know, with a push of a button, or at least restart an air handler or, you know, a pump or something. And so I thought it was really slick, and they can see the temperatures. They can adjust it by 1 degree if they want to, because, you know, I've got some people who, you know, their office is like their house and it has to be the perfect temperature and they're not going to bring a sweater. So, you know, you've got to adjust for that, you know. So, I know. Yeah. Yeah, we did. You know, Dola gave us that whole list of them. There was like, I don't know, 12 or 14 of them on there. And we did solicit them, and then we did our regular advertising procedure, you know, in our local newspaper for a couple weeks. And then, you know, those kind of companies, I think they have that crawler software that just crawls the websites looking for, you know, RFPs that match their, you know, scope of work. And that's, you know, they find you. And so we did, I bet we had 8 or 10 bids. And I landed on them. I mean, they just, you know, they knew that you know, I think they knew that I was just a novice and I was taking over, you know, we were in between county managers and, you know, I was like, oh my God, you know, and I was trying to carry the project and take over the facilities team and just get it all done. And they just swooped in and they're like, look, we know you don't know what this is. We're going to tell you everything. We're going to explain and educate you on all these pieces. And so you can explain it to your bosses. Because I thought, God, I'm never going to be able to make a presentation to my bosses because I can't speak as eloquently as they can, you know. And, you know, I don't know what they're talking about on kilowatts and megahertz and all that stuff, you know. But oh yeah, they came in. I bet I don't know, in 2 years, I bet they did like 6 presentations to them. And, they're great and they're eager to hear questions and to help people understand what they're doing. You know, they're really compassionate about it and about the people asking questions. They know that a lot of people are not well educated on that stuff. And they really, I know this sounds horrible, but they really dumbed it down for me because some of that stuff is way over my head, you know. And, you know, when you get down to, you know, gallons per second of water and stuff, I'm like, I what? You know, I'm like, you know, so. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. You're exactly right. I know. Yeah, I hope I didn't talk your ear off, but you know, that's one thing I have no problem talking about is that group and just the good stuff they did for us and just making us look really good and just helping us through the process because you know so many of us we're a little small county, less than 10,000 people, and you know we're still figuring all this you know high tech industry out. So,
I love it. And, we'll go with them for sure.
so
Your recommendation is the cherry.
oh really? Oh well, thank you. I know you guys will do great with them. I know they'll do great things for Dolores. It's you know, it was worth the time. It was worth the weekly meetings. It's worth it to, you know what you did for your community. It really helps. So, all right. Okay, well take care. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Okay. Bye. No, I'm getting ready to run home before we go back in.
I emailed Big Dog again.
I saw that.
No response.
Y'all speak for the next one?
No, should I?
Yes.
For the third bus? Okay.
Yeah, at least get a price from them. I mean, if it's astronomical, that's one thing, but if it's somewhat close and they're more reliable, yeah. Because they need to know that. It's not good. You need to figure it out. So, yes. Okay.
Curly haired girl up in probation.
Dawn, this is in the front.
I don't know where she's at, but she's got full hair. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, Dawn. Okay.
Yeah.
She's the one that's been talking to me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
and I don't know her name.
Yeah, she's a legacy family, so her dad was sheriff.
Oh, okay.
He was sheriff right before Renewable,
Okay.
and she worked in the sheriff's office for like 15 years. And she just retired from there and took this job on the side, just doing part-time work.
Okay.
And
Oh, wow.
she looks great.
Good for her.
I mean, she just, her and her husband just turned on a dime, made it happen. And I'm like, dude, I want to do
I
that.
wish I could do that. I know it's so hard. I like food and I like to just chill and
Yeah.
be me.
Yeah. No, I hear ya. I wish I could turn on a dime.
Oh, have a good night.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be at work for a
Oh, I
while.
know, but I don't see it.
Yes.
I did confirm they received the order.
Who?
Uh,
Oh, corporate images?
yeah, they're
Okay.
processing it, so
Okay.
we'll see what happens. And I
And
told
then-
them I need them by the 14th.
Did you get that email from Tom Meltzer? He
Yeah.
wants to change something.
Yeah,
I don't know what that's about.
and I don't know if it's the new vehicle or the old vehicle. I don't either. So,
He's a really nice man. I've talked to him on the phone before. He's very cool to call him and just say, hey man, what's up?
yeah, well, I'll look at it and see what we put in there for it.
Yeah.
It could be, we put in May, but I can't see it. It's Grand April.
Like that. From all the dirt in the desert.
Oh my goodness. Right now.
I know. I'm like, it's so dirty.
But I'll see what it says. And I did submit May's, no, April's.
Reimbursement. Okay.
So, and I asked to see how much is in our account for transit, see if we have any money, but nobody knows what my account numbers are. And that was Carol.
Deposit numbers?
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if we have money in our account, I'm just curious as to what, you can do it later, don't do it now.
Let me just do this and let the email
But she's like, I don't know what these numbers are. And I'm like, how do we get deposits and we don't? Because I know a lot of that money goes back to county because it was all, reimbursement, but you don't know if they're doing it right. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Just looking through all the different things.
Yeah.
It's on our budget.
Okay.
So at the top of our budget, there is a deposit, a revenue line,
Okay.
and
Okay.
so our budget will look like this. So you'll have a page like this, and it'll have revenues at the top,
Okay.
and you'll have expenditures down here, which
Okay.
is where all those
Yeah.
are. And then up here, it'll say state grant. God, what was I just working on with Carol? Because I had CARES money and I had,
That was for the deposits.
yeah, because I had CARES money and I had 5311 money coming in.
Right.
And she deposited them for us.
Okay.
And let me look one more, please. Because there was,
See, and I know that the money that we do get back goes back to the county because we borrowed, we took it from the county. But I would just like to know that there's
money in
a
there.
trail.
Yeah.
And see if there is money and how much money we do have and.
Well, it's negative because
Because
we pay
right,
first and then they just
Right,
reimburse
okay,
us.
okay. Okay, so they do remove it from our account to show a balance. So we're not just sending money out willy-nilly to whoever. Okay, okay.
Just make sure.
Yeah. That's transferred, our SRT.
Yeah.
I mean, take your time, look at it, see if you can find it. If not, fine. I mean, but I really am trying to get all the crap around that I need to have. And I don't even know who to ask. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And tell her this is where we've been depositing to,
Okay.
and see if she can find, because her number is going to be different than those numbers, but she's got a link to it.
Okay.
She just needs that number from you and she can find her number. Okay. Thank you. I'm back.